All aboard. Yeah, this right here is the internet's just well, it's a little bit better than I anticipated. What had happened, see, was I'm used to Tasha turning the air and the heat on for us. I'm not used to having to mess with it at all. And I had the air on when I parked. I turned it on, but I got extremely cold while I was sitting there working on editing yesterday's video out. So I turned the air off. Okay, well, I forgot to turn it back on, and I woke up this morning at 6:30 or 7 o'clock, burning up. I mean, I was burning up. How you doing, Ned? How you doing, Jeff? How you doing, James? Good morning, everybody. But I woke up at like 6:30 or 7 o'clock this morning, burning up, and I was still tired. I think from where I did get hot, I don't know. But I thought, well, I'll go back to sleep for about another hour, and then I'll get up and start driving. And ended up sleeping for another 3 hours because I turned the air on. Got good and comfortable, and ended up sleeping 3 hours instead of 1 hour. Well, now, I do have a wireless charger I bought about a week or two back, a couple of weeks ago. I've got it hooked up right now, but let me tell you, it absolutely is no good, because when we started the stream, I had 97% on my phone. Now I've got 92%. So I'm going to have to get a different wireless charger, one that's better than this one. Stop in West Memphis and get us some fuel. How you doing, Coyote? Anytime I see Coyote, if I've not handed out the popcorn, I remember to go ahead and throw out that popcorn. Yeah, that wireless charger that I got, which I got it from the truck stop, it's no good. I'll look at the brand, what type it is here in a little while, and make sure to let you guys know. It's not no good for the Note. I mean, it might be good for it. Well, my other phone didn't do wireless charging, so it wouldn't have been good for it neither. The previous phone, it wasn't wireless charger compatible, I don't think. had to come back early because we're in this onion season. They moved her doctor's appointment like 2 days. I think her doctor's appointment is actually tomorrow. But they moved the doctor's appointment on us when we got our last load, so we wasn't able to bump the coming in. We wasn't able to bump it up, so Tasha's at the house. We'll go back sometime in the next week or two and pick her up. Good morning. Man, I wish I hadn't slept so late. I wish I'd have went ahead but I was still, when I got up at 7 this morning, I was just like, I don't know, that heat wore me out. Yeah, see, the phone is actually, looks like it's using more energy than it did yesterday without the wireless charge. Plain brown wrappers. We just rolled into Haywood County. Good morning, Daddy. Yeah, actually, unplug that. How you doing this morning? Well, I tell you what, this wireless charger here is not good for the Note. I mean, we went from 97% since we started 10 minutes ago down to 90% already, that quick. It acts more like it's using energy to use it. May have to look and see if they make one for the Note. We got disco lights up ahead on the right. There with a customer. Going into Memphis now, I got my first ticket in I had a 5-year streak going on. And I went through Memphis and got a dang speeding ticket. miles to Memphis. And a boat with a slide on it. Well, I figured the wireless charger, though, I was hoping that it would at least, if not keep it charged up. We are headed to El Paso. Tasha's in the chat. Don't forget to hit that like button, Tasha. Tasha was awake before me this morning. How about that? y'all are just getting started then. Are you just getting started or are you finishing? Cowboy car crushing. Hey, Ben. Busy, I'm assuming. Been very busy. Hey, if you guys haven't been to Cowboy Car Crushing's channel, swing by, check him out. Let him know Ride Along Gang sent you by. He does have an awesome channel now. He does uploads. He doesn't do very many lives, but yeah, I've been watching him for a long time. I figured if anybody would like him, you would be one of them. If I can get somebody to throw his channel link up, that'd be greatly appreciated. That's the link to Cowboy Car Crushing. Like I say, he don't do very many lives, but he does upload very often. You are welcome. Now, he hadn't been in very much lately, but believe it or not, he's one of our very first viewers back when we was only getting like 3 people in the chat at a time. So Cowboy Car Crushing has known us for a long time. We've known him too. One of these days we're gonna slide in there and do a meetup with him. I've been wanting to meet him for a while. DFW quite a bit. Matter of fact, I think our last 2 or 3 loads has been delivered to DFW. This one's going straight on through to El Paso, but love you too, Tasha. Be careful out there. Now, if our camera's doing much, or if it's doing more shaking than normal, then it's apparently due to the wireless charger mount, because that's what we got it on, it's a wireless charger mount. I'm gonna take that thing back out there because it's absolutely not doing anything. It's losing charge actually. Like I said, I'll look and see what the name of that is and let you guys know. That way you know not to get one for a note. If you're, I mean, it could be good for a different phone, but this note that we got is absolutely no good. I actually believe that that could be because of the signal, but I actually believe that we're using more battery hooked up to that than we was yesterday not hooked up to it. Yeah, this I may have to. I may have to stop at a Verizon store and get one that's made for the Samsung. That might be the best bet for me. Let you know t-shirt size before we come to town. Mine is a large. Tasha's is a small or extra small if you got extra small. Sorry, you guys are awesome. The Samsung charger. Yeah, that's probably going to be my best. Like I say, my best bet is to go into the Verizon store and get an actual charger made for the Samsung. Because this one here is just, it's not it. Look at all them trucks not even trying to get over. Team up, more pay. And then I'm also going to check on another fan. They had another one. I chose this one, but I think the other one might actually be a little bit quieter. I'm gonna check on it and see. On that. There's that solar farm there. Yeah. Extra small. Small, I think you should be satisfied with small. If you can swing that one. Good morning, Dashcam. And I'm not going to tell you what Cowboy Car Crushing's channel is all about. You'll just have to go over there and check it out. But with a name like what he's got, I'm pretty sure it's not that hard to figure out. Seen that video. I'm gonna have to check that one out. Yeah, we seem to pass through DFW quite a bit. Not so much in the wintertime as we do in the summertime. My service is horrible in Tennessee, or on this Interstate 40 through Tennessee. Of course, even with the other phone, it wasn't all that great in between Nashville and Memphis. Face or smash it, however you like to do it. Smash it, punch it, kick it. Yeah, I was working on the video last night for the upload. Man, I tell you what, the way I was wanting it just didn't work out, so I didn't get it edited out. I'm gonna have to retry again, try a different manner. I'm not used to editing them out like that. It's a different approach to the way I normally do it. Two bags of ice to get through a workday. Oh man. If it takes you 2 bags of ice to get through a work day, I wonder how many bags it would take Tasha. Might take her 4 bags. She goes through a lot of ice. We picked up them horns about a month back. I put them on about, well, maybe a month and a half ago, and I put them on, I think, about 2 weeks ago now. Possibly 3 weeks, but I think it's just been about 2 weeks. I actually had to readjust them when we got home on this last trip in. that big old bulky trailer. Tyler, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Trash truck. Oh, I heard that, man. Them Yeti coolers are expensive. It'd be nice to find one of them things in one of those cars. I imagine you found quite a bit of stuff in the cars that you crushed on. Ready to come into the 55-mile-an-hour zone. And trust me, we'll be slowing down to about 55 miles an hour up through as soon as we top this hill right around the corner here. How you been, Jennifer? Disco lights on the right. That's what we like to hear. Well, one of them slingshots, man, I'd love to have one of them things. I don't know if it'd be a good idea for me to have one, but I would love to have one. Got a contract with Greyhound buses to be scrapped. Oh, I can't wait to see some of them videos. I'm gonna have to go back and check out that train one that Ghost was talking about. I hadn't seen that one. Drop it down to 57 miles per hour. I don't like getting tickets anymore. That hot sauce, Jennifer, was freaking hot. Man, I tell you what. Now the Hot Ones challenge that we done, those sauces was pretty warm or pretty hot. But after doing the Mad Dog 357, I went and got the, of course, if you watched the video, you've seen I went and got the last dab and tried it. You couldn't even feel no heat off of that one. The 357 was so hot. Did go in for 3 dips on that 357, believe it or not. I think it was 3. Might have been 4, but I think it was 3. Yeah, it was because I'd done the initial one, then I'd done a second one, then I went and got the last dab, and I thought, well, maybe my taste buds have just burned up, so I done the third one. And now they wouldn't burn up. I thought they was. They wasn't. I bet you are excited. I'll definitely keep my eyes out for the Greyhound bus so I can see that. Maybe we'll stop buffering since we're at the end of Tennessee. I don't know, I think Tennessee is an AT&T state. You know, that's what the Batman building is in Nashville, is AT&T building. I don't know if it's AT&T headquarters or not, but I know it's AT&T building. Yeah, looks like they're working on it slowly, but ain't it in Japan? I'm gonna have to keep my foot off the pedal. That's a nice big house. I'm gonna have to keep my foot off the pedal, because if I don't, parts for Grey Wolf's Beechwood today, sitting in Austin, Nevada. Man, I tell you what, it's gonna take him a while to get to DC. What was his I can't remember what his projected date to get to DC is. Everybody. December. Okay. Because initially it was November, wasn't it? We are headed to El Paso, Texas. 8-lane extension. Joshua is in Garland, Texas. How long's it been since we've been? we've been in Garland. It's been a minute, hasn't it? I know Garland's in the Dallas area, or the DFW area. We actually delivered or picked, was it a delivery or a pickup in Arlington about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, we've got 1,107 miles right now. We'll run about 600 today and about 600 tomorrow. Ish. Easton. Hello from the Ride Along Gang. If I read that correctly. Speed limit signs say 65. I haven't seen any that says 55 for trucks. So maybe Memphis went ahead and jumped off that 55 mile an hour bandwagon. Pick up the pace a little bit. That person was drinking some iced tea. I don't know if it was sweet iced tea or regular iced tea. We're on our way to El Paso, Texas, Chris. And we are in Memphis. We're coming into Memphis. Now that sign says 55. Let's drop it down to 60. That way we're safe. I think 60 is. I don't think 5 mile an hour over would be too much. Of them. 2 drivers picking up buses in El Paso. Okay, so you got buses coming out of the Greyhounds coming out of El Paso. Oh, well, it was real close to you then a couple of weeks ago. We picked up, what was that? We picked up powdered paint from Sherwin-Williams right there at right at Six Flags, right beside it. So, heck, we was extremely close to you that day. I wish I'd have known that. We ended up sitting there, I think it was 3 hours waiting for our trailer to cool down because I didn't know we had to have our reefer running, and I think our reefer was about 95 degrees inside, give or take. And we had to have it cooled down to around 55 is what we had to have it running on, but they actually started loading this, I think it's 65. If I'm not mistaken, that was about 3 weeks ago. And we passed right by the stadium going out. I think we delivered that, if I'm not mistaken, we delivered that load to El Paso. Yeah, this is the nice side of Memphis here. I suppose if you're going to live in Memphis, this side of Memphis right here is probably the better spot to be. Get over there on the south side, man. You can walk to Six Flags. I wished I'd have known we was that close that day, Cowboy. I really do. That would have been sweet. Because like I said, we sit there for about 3 hours waiting for our trailer to cool down. And we was, if you're facing the entrance where we was picking up from was the little I guess industrial park that would be been right behind you facing the entrance. Now if you was coming out of the entrance, it would have been straight ahead and to the right a little bit. I think somebody asked for a horn honk. If I read that right. Young fan wants a horn honk when I get the chance. So we give them a horn honk. got family in the Memphis area. Alright, Juniper, appreciate you stopping in and hanging out with us, and we'll catch you next time around. Like I say, we're going to stop up here in West Memphis and get some fuel. Yeah, we all get a little busy sometime. Appreciate you stopping back in, though. I do appreciate that. No UFO sightings today. Oh yeah. We'll get another chance, and since I know the area now that you are, definitely see if we can meet up sometime down the road. Ain't doing generic name. You know, after we ended the live stream last night, I remember that you had a question right there at the end of it. I don't remember what the question was, and I don't remember if I answered it, generic name. So if I didn't, feel free to throw that question back up again, because I don't remember. I remember you asking if you could ask, but I don't remember answering it. So if I didn't, feel free to ask it again, and I'll see if I can answer it. Oh, okay, yeah. It occurred to me after we shut the stream off. I was like, what? Wait a minute. I said I didn't remember answering it, so. Yeah, we do. That's a fact, Cowboy Car Crush. We need to get some better communication going on. Got more disco lights on the left up here. Looks like a rollback. Got tagged by the big truck. Okay, now I've got a question. Anybody that hangs out in here enough knows that when we talk about the self-driving trucks, the autonomous trucks and whatnot, everybody knows what my stance is on that, right? They're always going to have a driver in that truck so that they can blame the human factor for any accidents that happens, right? That's my stance on it. That's what I've been saying for months and months and months and months now. Okay, has anybody watched anybody that's a fan of the Asian Maya show, has anybody seen the clip that he put up about the first self-driving truck wreck recorded, and their answer to that and everything? I knew Gary seen it, and I knew Gary would know what I was talking about as soon as I started mentioning it. If you don't care, Gary, grab that clip up and share that particular clip in the comments so that everybody can see what I've been preaching for months and months and months about the self-driving trucks. And if you're not subscribed to Asian Maya, you go over there and check it out. Let them know Ride Along Gang sent you by to back up some of the stuff that he's been saying. Haven't seen that one yet. Gary's gonna share that clip if you don't mind. That way you guys can see exactly what I've been saying for months on top of months now. And the reason why I think that the self-driving trucks will never ever be without a driver. Because when it does happen, and apparently it did happen, they've got to have that, they're going to have that human factor always to lay the blame on. That way they can keep progressing forward with the self-driving trucks. I see if they don't have the human factor in that to blame, then that's going to knock their legs out from under them. They're not going to be able to keep progressing with the self-driving trucks. Point proven right there in that little video clip. Yeah, even if it is proven not to be a pilot error, it's still, I mean, just in my opinion, they're still always going to be the driver. That way they can at least blame it. And that's just like, months down the road, it might be proven that it wasn't actually the driver's fault. But they've got something to lay the blame on, to take the blame off of, to take the center of attention off of. And if you hadn't seen the video, I'll let you guys check it out. I'm not going to go into no big explanations other than exactly. And with them being in the startup stages of it, they don't want to take steps back. They want to keep making steps forward. Yeah, we're getting closer to downtown. We should be able to see it here in the next few minutes. Yeah, if something goes wrong with the self-driving trucks, the first thing they're going to do is it's going to be pinned on the driver that's sitting in that seat regardless. Good God, what the heck is that? Elvis lost his guitar. That was, you know what, that was a big smoker's ashtray that they put out in the factories and like the shopping malls and stuff. That's what that was. But yeah, they're always going to blame that on the driver until it gets proven otherwise. Good Lord, people. There's another lane over there. Some people, man, I tell you what. That's what it looked like, was a big old guitar sitting out there. It's Elvis Presley's guitar. There you go. Thank you, Gary, for throwing that link up. If you hadn't had a chance to see it, check that link out and let them know Right Along Gang's been saying that this whole time. How you doing, Aiden? Coming into downtown, getting ready to cross Mississippi. Fun. It's just about a 2-minute video, not very long. How you doing, Ernie? And if you hadn't had a chance to check out Semi Scratch and Ernie, we'll get his link up in the comments here in a few minutes. By all means, swing by there, let him know Right Along Gang sent you by. Great trucking channel. He's a pretty cool guy. I do enjoy sitting and watching him when I'm not running. Let him know we sent you by. He will definitely appreciate it. Right there to the right, we have the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid. If you're ever in Memphis and you hadn't, that's a definite stop that you need to hit right there. Is the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid. That is an awesome place to visit. Whether you like fishing or not, or anything to do with hunting, beautiful place inside. So if you're coming to Memphis, definitely put that on the to-do list. Crossing over the Mississippi River now. Welcome to Arkansas. Arkansas. is open. Uh-oh, they made the last driver pull over and come inside. We get to go. It's an oversized load though. Usually oversized loads do have to go inside. They got to bring their permits and stuff in. If you hadn't hit that like button, please do that for us. Don't cost you anything. It's not hard to do, and it doesn't bring you out of the lurker's lounge. Nobody knows you do it. It does help us out a great deal, though. Yukon. Stopping for a 30-minute break, getting some fuel. Headed to Seattle, back from Fairbanks. 10-4 on that. We don't ever get to see Seattle in the summertime. So, they told you you had the day off today, and now they got you a truck. Is it already there or on the way, cowboy? I'm definitely going to be looking for that train video tonight after we pull over. That one I have missed somehow or another. Too hot to give 100%. 10 on that. Dang it. That was my exit. Huh. I can't get in from here. far is it to the next pilot after West Memphis? Well, we can only fuel it at Pilots and Flying J's. And it looks like, from what I've seen there, not 100% sure, but it looked like the next pilot is Little Rock. Yeah, we're doing the turnaround today. Well, we do the turnaround every day, I think. Exit 161. Let's see. What exit number are we on? I don't know how far that is. Yeah, we'll turn around that way. We're safe. Yeah, the video link that Gary shared, that was to Asian Maya show about the self-driving trucks. I think it's the first recorded accident. And what I've been preaching about we'll never go completely driverless with the self-driving trucks for the reason of what I've been preaching for the last year. Is exactly what that video is about. And then just leave it in the comments, especially for the ones of you that know that I've been saying that, Leave it in the comments. Ride Along Gang said so. That's what Ride Along Gang's been saying for forever now. Ain't nothing lost at sea. We're doing our normal turnaround the other day, making us a complete circle around back to West Memphis, which we're still in West Memphis, but go back up here and get us some fuel. Somehow or another, I missed the exit. I was thinking it was the second exit, and it was the freaking first exit. Time to do the turnaround. I wonder how many miles we had I had our trips by doing this every single day. Houston Dave. Ten 4 on 280. got lucky on the crossover here. Did that Taco Bell sign have CDL rates on it? Surely not. The mini pearl voice. Yeah. That was the first thing that went through my head. Man, does he have a trailer load of wheelchairs? Without wheels on it? He does, and hospital beds. They got wheels on them. Oh great, what's this sign say? Wet paint. Alright, we don't need DF. We're full on that. We might have to get reefer. We got 200,536 miles on the truck. We got a half a tank of fuel, so it actually should be good. We can go ahead and fill it up though. That way we don't have to worry about it. Not going to read my rewards card, so I'll have to manually do that after we end the live stream. And I'm going to go ahead and get both of them though, so we don't have to worry about it. No DEF. Truck number 6. 200,563 for the miles. Driver ID say that out loud. Cash advance? No. Do you want additives, additional, such as DEF or whatnot? I'm going to go with no. Eligible for fuel and go. Alright then. We have to get the receipt though anytime, or every time we get fuel. Still taking some getting used to on them bullhorns there. I still almost run into them every time I walk around the front of the truck. The trailer that has the hospital beds and the wheelchairs I'll have to pull the truck up. Did not get it up far enough. Got it up far enough for the one hose, but not the passenger side. Doing good while we're outside talking. Hopefully that was far enough. I am hungry, so I think I'm going to grab me some food from out of Wendy's. Alright, that got us pretty even with it. Now, what I was saying about the trunk with the hospital beds and the wheelchairs, the inside front trailer tire is completely missing. No rubber, no nothing. Just a rim. And I still didn't get the inside of the windshield cleaned as good as it needs to be, but it might be the outside. I don't know, because these windshield wipers are crappy. got 107 gallons. It's still pumping, but I'm gonna go ahead and stop it there. And the reason why is because of the weight that we was talking about yesterday. I need this FedEx truck moving. Because he didn't leave me enough space to pull up and get the reefer fuel. So we're just gonna sit here for a minute, hopefully. Yeah, there he goes right now. We'll give him a second to pull up, because what happens is when you hang the nozzle back up, it only gives you a certain amount of time to get your truck pulled up and get the nozzle taken back off for the reefer fuel. So you actually hang it up like you're done, pull your reefer tank up, take it back off, and it resets completely, because your reefer fuel is taxed different than your truck fuel. So they actually want it separated whenever you're getting it. Kind of got no kind of pressure to it whatsoever. Look at that. Alright. Now we'll go ahead and hang it up. That way it don't time us out. We got a $563.94 so far, but you don't need much reefer fuel. Is I'm gonna take the mic off. I would take it in, but I gotta go inside and kick some tires. So I'm gonna take the mic off and maybe plug the phone up, give it a little bit of charge. I should have done that at the start, but we got 13.9 gallons of reefer fuel, which is $70.35. So if my memory serves me correctly, that's what, $620 worth of fuel? Or was it $720? I don't remember now. Anyway. Alright, like I said, I'm gonna get something to eat too. I went, good God. That bug scared the crap out of me. It's on the side of the door. It's right in my peripheral. I'm going to go in and grab me a burger. So we'll be for a few minutes here. And I'm going to plug the phone up. While we're sitting here, and I don't know if it'll let it double charge or not. What I'm going to do is unplug the wireless charger so that I don't mess it up. Be right back. done was I just got me some meatloaf, mashed potatoes. And since I got meatloaf and mashed potatoes, I'm gonna pull over here and eat it so that we don't have another dropping incident like we did before. I'm kind of shaking hungry. Blind back. Not that big a deal. Alright, give me just a minute. Chunk down on this meatloaf. And we'll take back off. I'll give the phone a few minutes more to set charge. That way we can hook our mic back up. It feels extremely odd to not have to take Haber out. when we stop. I mean, it feels odd not getting ice and stuff too, but it's really odd and weird to not have to take Haber out every time we stop. Just don't feel right. Yeah, he's probably laying up on the bed right now. Save the rest for later. Yeah, I'd say he's laying on the bed, sleeping it away, bored as can be. All aboard! Speaking of, got some dragonflies following us. Alright, I think we got the mic hooked back up. Hopefully it's just that easy. Sometime maybe later today or within the next little bit, we may do a mic test to see how far we can actually walk away from the mic or away from the receiver with the mic. $99 thumbs up. Hey, Nude HD, throw your thumbs up in here if you're going to come into the live chat. Don't be greedy now. Yeah, we'll do us a seeing how far. Which I don't know if I want to wait. That way I can listen to it. I may be able to take my other phone. I'll just have to I guess they listened. Boom. Thank you for 100 thumbs up. You guys are awesome. We achieved yesterday with 2 streams. I think the second stream, when I looked at it this morning or last night, I think it actually had 1 more like than the first stream did yesterday. You guys are awesome. So we had about 240-ish, 250 thumbs up for yesterday. We are back at it. I had to get me something to eat. I was kind of shaking on the inside where I hadn't ate anything and had the monster. So I was ready to get something to eat, which I only eat half of what I got. And I was actually going to get Wendy's, but they was taking forever on that line. I sat in that line for maybe 2 minutes, and I just got tired of waiting. And went ahead and went back over to the pallet side and got 2 pieces of meatloaf and some mashed potatoes, which is pretty good. And I said that I would have to, when we was getting the fuel, I said I'd probably have to go and add my points to it after we ended the live stream today. It actually, on the 3rd try, it actually read the card. Normally, what happens is when you stick your rewards card in 3 times, what'll happen is that 3rd time, whether it reads it or not, it'll just go ahead, it'll bypass it. Sometimes it'll read it, sometimes it'll bypass it. That time it actually read it, so we don't have to go back in and have the points added. Count to 2. And now they had a wireless mic in there, a wireless charger in there that was $76. It was a magnet charger. But $76 is a lot of money to spend, and if it worked just like this one that we've got in here right now, that would have been a lot of wasted money, so I didn't get it. We're running to El Paso, and then from El Paso we'll jump up to Array, New Mexico, grab another load of onions, and back out east. We've still got about 10 more days of the onion run. Yeah, indeed. A lot of burgers, a lot of meatloaves, a lot of chicken sandwiches. I know some people that just eats raw onions. I don't know how, but eat them like apples. Now see, this was actually, this was where I was intending on making it to last night, but I just wasn't sure that I had enough time to get here. Is the reason why I didn't drive under right here. But yeah, this was where I was actually intending on stopping last night. Warding off vampires. That's garlic though, ain't it? Yeah, we'll have to get some of that ordered. That was a big old piece of wood in the middle of the road. Yeah, we'll have to get some of that ordered. I don't know how long that it may or may not take. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, I think it's garlic for the vampires. Buy it at most Walmarts. Ah, okay. We'll check that out. I've never seen it, but I'm not a big coffee drinker, so I don't really look at coffees too much. One sip of it won't relax for a week. Yeah, it could be a good idea. Arkansas. Hey, racing sounds good. How you doing, man? Pretty good so far. We ain't been going too awful long. We've only been, I think, up and running about 2 hours and 20 minutes, give or take. Yeah, I woke up late today. Yeah, I wouldn't like that. If every time I touch that rumble strip, I got a call. First Fleet is the only place that I've worked where, like, if you done a hard break or something like that, they would call you to make sure you're all right. If you had a hard brake alarm go off, they'd call you within 2 minutes usually. I had them call me, I think it was once. That deer ran out in front of me and I slammed the brakes on and it set that alarm off. Yeah, because like I said, that's the only time I think that they ever called was on a hard break. And they let you know whenever they hire you that if you have a hard braking alarm go off that they will call to make sure everything's all right, and they do. I just let them know that, you know, it was a deer run out in front of me, and I slammed my brakes on, trying not to hit it. But the deer I actually hit, I never even hit the brakes. Well, I did hit the brakes once it went under the truck. I'm not real sure. I mean, this phone, it charges so just plugging the charger into it still takes forever for it to charge. Just straight charging it. I might be able to get a splitter, and but I don't know that it would actually, if the splitter, I'd have to get one that supported audio. That magnet charger back there might have been good. I may at the next Flying J, actually, I may stop and get it with my points. That way it's really not costing me anything. Because I got plenty enough points to buy that, you know, from the Pilot or the Flying J. That's what I should have done, was just bought it with the points back there. But yeah, I may at the next one we stop at, or somewhere along the next few days, get one, use my points. That way it's not really costing me anything to buy it. I think it's because it's actually the note, I think, is what makes it charge slower. said, how you doing today? Made it back home. I bet Haber's ready to go outside. I was saying back there when we stopped to get fuel how weird it is not to take Haber out when we stop. Okay. Well, I can call you right now. If you need me to. Mute for a few minutes while I call Tasha. Actually, it would be better if you call me, that way I don't have to look for your number. Alright, we are back. I think we are back on Bluetooth right now though. We're back. I don't know, did the mic come back on? Danger! run with the mic on for just a little bit longer, and then I'm going to unplug it so that I can charge the phone up. We got 34% on the phone. I have to charge it up some. Like I say, when we stop at a Flying J tonight, I'll see if I can't. I'll go ahead and get that one charger if they've got it there. Use my points to get it. That way, if it don't work, if it works like this wireless charger works, then I'm not really out any money. Playing with bit, chasing flies. That's what his day consists of there at the house. When she called me, I heard a bit barking in the background, which means that Haber was after her. Without a doubt. I think he's got more cat in him than most cats have. I bet he is. Just watch my good habits, don't watch Texas International Express. Sheesh. Yeah, we got a complete overcast. teeth cleaned today. 10-4 on that. We are in Forest City, Arkansas, on our way to El Paso, Texas. We got 80 miles to exit 159, which is Interstate 440. On that 105-degree weather. And I said that 10-4 at 104, so 10-4. Dallas. I'm not real sure. I don't go, real slow when I switch lanes. I try to glide over when I'm doing my lane switching. I try to just do it, an easy, smooth glide. Not necessarily an extremely slow glide, but just an easy, smooth glide. It could be, yeah. Steering too hard. Yeah, you might be overthinking it a little bit. Because the faster you're going, the quicker you're going to need to turn anyway. We got to keep it, pretty well evenly matched. You don't want to take too long switching lanes, doing your lane changes. You don't want to do it too slow. Well, that's extra lease. It's the extra is they lease their trailers out to companies, if I'm not mistaken. On that mark. Good afternoon, Bill. We are in Arkansas. We are just went through Forest City, Arkansas. Yeah, we do have to watch the mirrors pretty frequently. But now, I'm sure everybody's heard the term wiggle wagon, you know, which is doubles and triples. As you're coming up on them, it looks like they're doing a lot of wiggling. The ones that you see doing that, that's from looking in their mirrors. When they look in their mirrors, that's what causes them to look like they're wiggling around the doubles and triples. How far to Little Rock? I'm not 100% sure. Maybe around 70 miles. That's where we got 70 miles to the 440, so should be 65 to 70 miles. Sheesh. Something about Arkansas and UPSs. The UPS trucks in Arkansas are freaking fast. Good duck hunting here in Arkansas. This is about the only place that we ever get past by UPS trucks is this stretch of Arkansas. And it is a wiggle wagon. But now if you notice, he's not wiggling them too much. That's because he's not looking in his rearview mirrors. Disco lights on the left. And how stupid was that of that black card? Just to get a trailer's length ahead, they just shot completely over in front of that UPS truck. Cut them off. Well, I've always been told that the doubles, you know, wherever you put your first trailer when you're making your turns, your second trailer is going to follow in the same path. They're not really that hard to drive. It's if you have to back them up, that's where your big problem is going to come in at. If you have to do any type of backing, which usually when doing the triples or the doubles and triples, you don't have to do much backing. I didn't watch that one. I see what you did there. That's pretty good, Lost at Sea. You know, and I would like to do that, Mark. I'd like to pull the truck trains like that, just to see what it's like. Which I've never pulled doubles, so I mean, I don't know. Wouldn't know what it's like to even pull doubles, but nothing for hundreds of miles. Man. How you doing, Hunter? How are you enjoying, or how are you liking the big, watching ride-along game? Can you hear me, Hunter? I was going to ask you yesterday. I think it was yesterday what his name was, but I didn't want you to put it out there if you didn't want to. So that's the reason why I didn't ask yesterday. No, I can't hear you. But if you can hear me, that's what counts, right? One of these days, they might have YouTube set up a little different to where you guys can throw in y'all's voice chats rather than just word chats. Yeah, maybe a kangaroo or two. Kangaroo. Nick's Barbecue and Catfish. Now, we have stopped there. That's a pretty good place to stop and eat if you're ever in Wheatley, Arkansas. Not a bad pit stop. Yeah. Yeah, it could be a yikes situation. Which actually you can do StreamYards and invite the viewers on. I don't know about that though. 63 people talking at the same time. I'd be just as well off being a school bus driver then. Count as 2 people. You might count as 3 people. Depends on how talkative Hunter gets. Had my dang Jake brake on this whole time. I was wondering why I was going so slow for. Yeah, it would be neat, you know, but now if you take the big chats, and which we're not really a big chat, but still, yeah, 62, 63 people. Sometimes around 70, 80. That could be a lot of voices coming through at one time. I've got 21% left on my phone, so I'm going to have to unplug the mic so I can charge it up some. A 7% grade on a mountain. What that is that's the calculation of how long the mountain is versus how quickly it descends. And now there is a mathematically they do that mathematically in order to come up with those numbers. I'm not real. I've looked at it, and it's hard. It's a hard. What do you say? It's a hard mathematical question to answer unless you know exactly, you know, what you're answering. 7% drop means 7 feet per 100 feet. That sounds right. 7 feet up to 100 feet traveled. Like I say, it's a little bit of mathematics involved, and as far as me being able to explain it, when it comes to mathematics, it's hard for me to explain stuff. I might be able to figure it out in my head, but getting it to roll off my tongue is a completely different story. $65 miles from Little Rock. Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta unplug this mic and then let the charge phone up for a bit. Let me get her in this truck first, and then I'll do it. That what a super trucker in Colorado Springs was saying. That's how you come up with it though. Ghost of Now. Whichever one that you understand the best, they all three are saying it the same. They're all worded a little bit different. But what them guys are saying is correct from what I've read. Attach a 100-foot rope to the top of the trailer, then stretch it to the ground. 100 feet from the trailer equals 13% grade. Interesting. Now that's a good way to look at it right there. As soon as I get around this dump truck here, I'm going to go ahead and turn this mic off and charge up the phone a little bit. I'll just have to speak a little bit louder. New dryer for $900. about 357 hot sauce. We got this, which I think we might have showed you on the live stream. Got the keychain bullet, 357 bullet. I've got it hooked to my truck key now, and it swings over and gets my arm grab for climbing up in the truck. So that's what that dingin is. my bumper and then just sit there. So then I started like I was coming on over, and they decided to speed on up. And then he throws his arms up like, "What are you doing?" Now they're going to get right in front of us and slow down. Flatbed truck that we just passed, if you ease back to where you could see the cab of the truck as we was passing it, it had two little it had a black bar sticking out from above the door. As we was passing, I looked over into his cab, and that black bar, which I've looked before because I wondered if that's what that was or not, and wasn't able to spot it. But the little black bar that's coming out from above the door is those inside mirrors, inside camera mirrors. There's that Cessna. I don't, or that's not a Cessna. That's a crop duster. You just flew over again. Yeah, I watch a lot of those idiots in car videos, and you just don't realize how many idiots they are out here, including ourselves. I mean, I know I do idiot stuff too. Not saying I don't, but some stuff I just can't believe how idiotic people are at doing. I had a guy pull out in front of me one time, right there when we go in on our home time, the plant where I turn the truck around and come back into Copper Hill after we drop our trailer. Oh, just wait a minute. Everybody watch the interstate. I think he's going to pop out right in front of us. There he went. Man, he shot out just over the tree lines. That was quick too. Did y'all catch the crop duster shoot over us just then? It was quick. You have to, if you didn't catch it, back it up a few seconds, and right where I said there it is, he shot out. I seen him coming. I've been sitting here watching him. That's what I was doing. Sitting there watching him. That's the reason why I didn't get back over quicker than I did. And I could tell by the way he was flying that he was going to shoot straight out over the trees there. That was one thing I really enjoyed about doing the Nashville runs when I run daily from Greenwood, Mississippi to Nashville. The stretch of highway down in Mississippi, crop dusters would do that real bad. It was cool. I really enjoyed getting to see that all the time. Man, that was quick too. He didn't waste no time. It looked like he come out of the trees, but he's just over the tree line. But what I was saying about the turning around there at Copper Hill at the plant where we turn around at. Now this was back when the plant was up and running. I was driving down the main road, and one of the employees was getting off work when he was pulling out from the right there where we spin the truck around after we unhook the trailer. He was looking to the right, never even turned and looked to the left. Never even. I watched him shoot out, and he had his head turned to the right the entire time, and ended up he clipped my rear fender. Didn't really do no damage to it, but he hit it nonetheless, and that was partially my fault because I seen him looking, but I was also at the point where if I had stopped, he would have smashed the car rather than just clipping the fender, not the bumper, the fender. If I had stopped, then by the time I realized, noticed, and seen what was happening, I would have got stopped right in front of him. So the best I could do to keep him from trying to hit me was, just to the floor with it to get on around. And like I said, he just barely clipped me, and it just barely made a little dent, but Come on, TMC. Hurry up. He's doing 64 miles per hour. All right, now, from the time that I unplugged the mic to right now, the mic was on, the phone was on 19% charge. And I've had it plugged up ever since I turned the other mic off. We're at 22% right now on our battery. It's charged it up, what, 4% in however long it's been since I turned the mic off. Looks like a lot of them Maverick trucks has those side mirror camera mounts on their trucks. All right, welcome to North Little Rock. I'm 2 blocks away from the intersection. Well, at least they floor it and don't just keep going at the same speed. But see now, I really can't say nothing about people running through lights like that because I am one of the world's, not in a car. Now, in a car, it's completely different. But in a truck, I am one of the world's worst of not stopping at a yellow light and going on through it. And a car, it's a completely different story. I drive way different. I drive between trucks and cars is like night and day difference. You would think I would run less red lights in the truck, but which really is, I don't know if you would want to. I don't know. According to the one guy that I drove for, it was red light running's what I was doing, even though I was going through them with yellow. Well, and the thing is, though, oh man, I missed my turn. I was looking in the rearview mirror. All right, so we're not going to do the 440. We're just going to go straight to 30 West. Hop on 30 West. Last time we come through here, I think we done 440. And there is ways to read them to see, if they're going to turn before you get to them or not. But when you're right up on them and they start changing on you like that, if you're traveling at road speed, depending on what loads you're carrying, it's not a good idea just to slam on your brakes. Because you can send a load right through the front of your trailer trying that. Amber Gambler. Well, we do have a Facebook page. You can, if you're not a part of that, you can join the Facebook group Ride Along Gang. We've got the link in the description, and you can do it. It's a participant group. Anybody that's part of the group can share stuff. You'll do fine on the test, though. Yeah. Well, if you notice that the light's been green, for a pretty good distance, then you should slow down. But that's usually the ones that do catch me, is the ones that's been green for a minute, and then I'll wait, and they change yellow right when I get up to them. Like I say though, when you're watching, just pay attention to my good habits, not my bad habits. Unless you want to use my bad habits as a reference as stuff not to do, then pay attention to my bad habits, because I do have a lot of them. It is a following too close beep. One of them is, see, hang on, you'll hear it again in just a second. That beep right there was distance. It's not following too close, it's distance warning. I'm 180 feet from the vehicle in front of me. And once you get to a certain distance, this truck reads the distance of the vehicles in front of us. Then it sets off that distance warning saying that I'm too close, which right now it's 300 feet. It's not like I'm tailgating or anything, but then we've got this right here. That means I'm touching the line. That beep is because I turned my signal light on and there was still a vehicle beside us. We got all kinds of bells and whistles on these new trucks. When you're good, you're bad. When you're bad, you're X. If we're on that. And I would say that I really do need to start paying more, not paying more attention. Cause, welcome back. There's a big old buffer. Truck right here to be put into a brand new truck as my truck. I've went and picked up brand new trucks and delivered them to the yards and stuff like that. I have picked up Kenworths with 1 and 2 and 3 miles on them. But as far as getting a new truck that was mine, yeah, there's an orange. Matter of fact, it's on right now. As soon as they get to my bumper, my ICC bumper on my trailer, as soon as they get even with that, that light comes on. And the light stays on until they get till their bumper gets past my moose guard. And now if I turn my signal light on while that orange triangle is lit up on the door, that's what turns on that alarm right there. Is when I turn my signal light on and that orange light's on, saying, because it's like it thinks that I haven't. Oh wow, what an abandoned building! It thinks that I have not noticed that the orange light's on, so it switches it over to red and sets the alarm off to tell me, hey, well, wait a minute, there's a vehicle over there. Which is good because that helps you with your blind spots. Yeah, yeah. When the roads gets busier, more narrow, a little bit rougher into the cities like this, then I don't know. Hope he's okay. I don't look as much, so I do miss a lot more comments because I'm watching my mirrors and watching in front of us. I was looking at my mirrors why I missed the 440 back there. It wasn't from looking at the chat. I was looking in my mirror for some reason or other, and no, they're not distracted. Not a bit. Not really. Because I know which alarm is which. You know, I know that if there's a car in front of me and it beeps, I don't have to look down to see what alarm it was. Because I generally know that it's the distance warning alarm. And then when the alarm goes off, letting me know that I've turned my signal light on because the car is over there, I know that it's that particular alarm. And usually I know that the vehicle's there. There's been it once or twice that I've turned my signal light on and got that warning that something's over there and didn't know it once, and that'll kind of startle you a little bit, but not so much that you know that it's going to bother you. Well, I tell you what, truck driving is a way of life. There's just no two ways around it. It's gotta be something that you truly enjoy doing, or you will truly hate the career that you've chosen. And when it comes to driving out here on the interstates and stuff, I would much rather be in a truck as a car. When we go home on our home times and I get out in the car driving around, I really feel a place. Um, I guess is the best way to say that. Yeah, it's 7 days a week. Now you get you a regional job where you're home every weekend, then 9 times out of 10, the way it's going to work out is you're going to leave out sometime on a Sunday, you know, whether it be early or late, sometime Sunday, and you'll get home generally sometime Friday. Which now, when I say sometimes, it's generally going to be late on Fridays. You get home, it's going to be early on Sundays when you leave. So you're only truly getting 1 day a week off, truly, for the guys that goes home every weekend. If you're with a company like this over the road, you know, you're going to stay out for a minimum of a month. And depending on the company that you work for, 7 days a week, maybe get a 34-hour restart in once every 2 to 3 weeks. It depends on. And then a lot of people think driving just a whole big sightseeing, and in fact, it is a bunch of sight, but most through your windshield and your rearview mirror, especially till you get used to it and start learning where you can and can't park, and um, where you are and where you're not going. Well, I mean, if it's something that you've always wanted to do it. By all means, do it. It has its days, and that's for sure. But when I get to where I don't want to be out over the road, then that's what I do is I'll find a driving job that's regional that gets me home either every 3 or 4 days, every weekend, something like that, or I'll find a local job to where I'm in every day to every other day. Welcome to Little Rock. Alright, now our battery has charged from 19% since we turned the other mic off. It is up to 23% right now. So see that it's a slow charging battery on this phone. And I was hoping that the charging point in that receiver was going to allow it to charge the phone too, but unfortunately, it only charges the receiver. Yeah, usually 1 year experience to 3 years experience. Depends on the local job that you want or the local job that you try for. And back used to when I first started driving, in order to find a local job, a good local job, you had to have between 2 and 5 years experience. But most of the companies has dropped down to a year to 2 years. And now the best local company that I have worked for so far has been First Fleet, and that was out of Cleveland, Tennessee. That's they've been the best local job that I've had, where I was home every single day. Maybe I would get some runs to where I would leave out, like say today, and would come back either tomorrow or the next day. I did do team driving with them, where I would leave out Sundays, and I would be back home by Thursday. And Friday and Saturday I'd have off every day. Or was it Friday? It's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'd leave out Mondays. So as far as local jobs, First Fleet is the best local job that I've had for the pay. But now they do run you hard. Which I didn't mind the running hard. I didn't mind it at all. But the one thing that I really didn't like about First Fleet was They absolutely had no personal convenience whatsoever. So if you didn't have your truck parked in plenty of time before you run out of time, you will have to park on the side of the interstate if you get to the points where you can't get to a parking spot. I have had to do that. No, I have not. I have not done that. I've seen drivers do that. Um, I would always find some kind of parking lot to park in. Slow on the charger, fast through the computer. How you doing, Victor? Thank you for sharing. We do appreciate all the shares we can get. The more you share, the more we get out. The more we get out, the more people we get coming in, and the happier we all are. That is awesome. I would rather have somebody share our stream out as somebody donate to the stream. Yeah, now I have heard that Old Dominion is real good. I've heard UPS is real good. I had never drove for any of them types. But the reason why I hadn't drove for like Old Dominion is because they do require you to have doubles, and I think they require you to have hazmats too, if I'm not mistaken. Um, I've had hazmats once throughout my whole career. You have to have your hazmats renewed. It's either every 6 months or every year. I'm not sure which. May even be every 2 years. But you do have to do your hazmats like often. And if you're not driving for a company that runs hazmats, then that endorsement's really not worth keeping on there if you're not doing it. And most companies doesn't pay you enough to make it worth having them. Most companies. I'm not saying all companies don't, but most companies don't. And then, like I say, the doubles, you do have to have the doubles for Old Dominion and UPS, the companies like that. I do know that. Pretty sure you do have to have the hazmats, but I know you have to have the doubles. I'm not sure how much the doubles endorsement is every time you renew, but you have to pay any endorsement that you have on your license. Um, you do have to pay for that endorsement every time you renew them, or they'll drop whatever that endorsement is. That includes motorcycle endorsements. And I'm here to tell you right now, if you have a motorcycle endorsements and a CDL, your license is expensive every time you have to renew them. Yeah, usually the mega companies, they are a little bit more rude and what would I guess condescending to the drivers because they are so big. They deal with so many new drivers per day, um, and so many and old drivers. They just the mega companies are they're they're only good for, in my opinion, they're only good for startup companies. But now you're also going to find once you start driving, like this trip right here. Let me look at it right quick. That way I don't tell you wrong on it. Dang it. Hold on. Okay, this trip right here, I'm getting paid for 1,551 miles. Okay, now from start to finish, the trip is actually probably closer to 1,700 miles. So it's about 150 miles that I'm not getting paid for. But this trip also included me driving to the house and then from the house to the next pickup. But for most companies that you drive for, they do not pay you actual miles. Most companies, they pay you practical miles, zip code to zip code miles. And what zip code to zip code miles means is the city you pick up at and the city you deliver to, you get paid for the closest zip codes to them 2 points. Like, we may, we're delivering as pretty well as soon as we get into El Paso, but the actual mileage, if we was delivering to the west side of El Paso, would be the same as delivering to the east side of El Paso. And El Paso is a pretty good sized city. And the same as going with the pickup. We're getting paid from the closest zip code of Monroe to the closest zip code of Murfreesboro. It's not actual. We don't get paid actual miles. We get paid zip code to zip code miles. And that's from pickup to delivery. Some companies do a little better with that than others, and some do a little worse. And the big mega companies tend to do worse. That's like when I worked with Covenant. They would skim about 100 when I first started. And then that's the bad thing about working for local companies or companies that pay by the load. Don't matter how many miles you drive in between, if you're only getting paid for the load. And I've done a few companies where they paid by the load. I didn't like it much. Yeah, well, a lot of truck companies are shady when it comes to paying. That's just a part of trucking. And see, that's one thing I liked about First Fleet is because they paid you actual miles that you drove. So how we done the circle back there to where I turned around and to go back and get the fuel, then with this company, I'm not getting paid for that turnaround that I done. With First Fleet, where they pay actual miles, they would have paid me for them miles that I turned around and went back to get fuel. And that's the way it is with all companies. You either get paid actual miles or you get paid practical miles, or you get paid by the load. And I've only worked for just First Fleet. That's the only company I've ever worked for that paid actual miles in 20 years. Tasha's in Lurker Hill. We are in Benton, Arkansas now. We went through Little Rock. No, I don't own my own truck. I'm a company driver. There's good money to be made in owning your own truck, but then when you own your own truck, you need to be leased onto a company, which is going to skim you money, skim your miles and everything like that, or you you broker your own self out, run under your own authority, and look for your own loads, which you could lose out, a lot of money trying to find the loads that you want, or you could make good money running, if you've got the loads going out where you want to drive at. No, actually, we went into the company. I bought the horns about a month and a half ago. Went straight into the company and asked them if I could put them on, and the head mechanic was like, "Well, we'll have to talk to the owner of the company and make sure it's okay, this and that." He refused to put them on for me, and we went back in about a week later, I think it was, and I actually went into the owner's office and pulled him out there and asked him if it was okay, and he helped us put them on. And like I said, that right there, it just depends on the company that you work for that will let you do stuff like that. A mega company, they're not going to let you do something like that. The company I work for, I think, has about 50, 50 or 60. We're not a huge company, but we're not a little bitty company. Benton, Arkansas, Interstate 30, mile marker 116. Yeah, then you've got the downtime. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was getting at. The downtime in between loads, looking for the loads that you want, or looking for the loads that offers the right amount of money. Then you pay for all your fuel. Any downtime you get's your loss. You know, you, it's not going to be paid by the company because your truck's down. There's a lot to owning your own truck, but now there's a lot of money to be made owning your own truck. It just depends on how you run it, how you maintain it, um, the loads that you run doing it. I'm not saying that owning your own truck is bad, but I'm not saying by all means that it's the best way to go, because it depends on you, how you manage, and whether you lease on to a company so that they deal with all your bookings and stuff like that. It just varies from person to person on how they want to run it if they own their own truck. Well, the lease programs are meant for the company. They're not really out there for the driver. They never was really placed to be super beneficial to the driver, more beneficial to the company. Um, just the only difference is eventually if you do it right and you're with the right company, then you'll own that truck at the end of the lease. If it's a lease to own company, see, you got to watch that too, because some companies that do the leasing like that, they don't do it lease to own. It's just a lease program. You trade in that truck every so often, every however often they've got it set up to trade in. But you've got the companies that do the lease to buy or lease to purchase, and then you got to watch them being shady on crunching you at the end of the lease, where you can't afford to keep the truck. But yeah, lease purchasing was never intended or never created for the driver. That was created for the company. I think we would have had a little bit bigger, better road if I took that 440. Been a while since we've been through this area. Like to pick your loads, but don't want the maintenance. Well, and like there's different, there's options to that. That it just you have to look around and dig deep, do your research with the companies, and I done the truck movers for a little bit, and you didn't get to pick your load, but you didn't have to do maintenance. You did have to pay for your own fuel and your own transportation from truck to truck, and there's a whole lot to it that a lot of people don't realize. And I really hadn't worked for too many companies where I was able to pick my own loads. Now, First Fleet, I could go in, into the office, and I could either just say, give me something, or I could say, let me look at the list, and I could pick out of the list what I wanted to take. But now, I don't know that, every single First Fleet runs their particular branch the same. That was the Cleveland, Tennessee branch. Now, if there's a First Fleet in, say, Cleveland, Ohio, they may run theirs completely different than the one in Tennessee does. Still have, they still got like the same base as far as the base pays and the breakdown pays and the drop pays and stuff like that, but out of Greenville, Tennessee. One lease company that I like to try. I don't know that I will, but if I ever do try a lease company, that'll be the one I go with. Which we seen one of their trucks sitting on the side of the interstate yesterday during one of our live streams. I don't remember which one it was. I don't know if he was broke down or if he was just kicking a tire, but and they are out of Arkansas. Got a bear sitting in the woods over there, left hand side. a moose in Virginia one time. That would be unusual, and that might be one of the most unusual things that I have seen because moose don't run in Virginia at all that I know of. And it was over on the interstate medium down in a big old ravine when I looked down there and seen it. And it might not have been a moose, but I swear it looked just like one. And then, here's another unusual thing that me and Tasha run across in New York. And I don't remember exactly where it's at, but you know the little Glade air fresheners that you hang up on your car mirrors for to keep the inside of your car smelling good. We I don't remember. I don't know if we picked up from that place or if it was somewhere right there in the area of that place. But if you look down on it from Google Maps or satellite view or whatever you want to call it or look at, they had trees in their yard that was in the shape of one of the Glade air freshener trees. And they done it. I mean, it was purposely done. You can tell. What I'm saying is, when you look down at it, the trees was in a pattern that shaped out the Glades air freshener tree that you hang up on your mirror. That was pretty unusual. And I would definitely have to look back on that to see if I could find it to tell you guys what the location is to where you could look for yourself. But that would take some real digging to do because all I remember was it was in New York. I don't remember the general area or anything like that. Yeah, that was oddly cool though. I would love to be able to, just off the top of my head, be able to tell you guys where to go look at that. I can maybe look through my Google map history and find it. I mean, maybe that's the only way I'm gonna be able to find it is if I look through my Google map history. But I'll see if I can't do that here soon and locate that spot so that either I can take a picture of it or I can tell you guys where to look at to find it. And see, if I'd had a drone back in those days, then I might have had a little over had the drone that I've got right now. I could have actually flew it up over the top of it, made a video of it. That would have been cool. And the way we even found it on Google Maps, I'm sure we was looking for some place to fish while we was right there in that little area and spotted it. And we've only got one little bitty tiny signal bar, so I imagine my voice is probably cutting in and out big time right now. PM from that ghost. I will check it out. Watertown, New York. Okay, so Gary found it. It's Watertown, and that does sound right. Watertown, New York. uh, I'll check that out here in a little while, Ghost. We are headed to El Paso, Texas. Then from El Paso, we'll be going up to Array, picking up another load of onions, coming back out east. And the Watertown, New York. That would be where I was talking about the Glades air freshener, where they got their trees looking down on the satellite view. Um, that's where that would have been at, Watertown. Texarkana, 93 miles. Yeah, that's in the summertime, Anna. That's it. That's all we concentrate on is the southeast runs that where we pick up an array and run back to the southeast and then back to array. Once summer's over with, then a lot of our Texas runs will be X'd out. It'll be points of Schuyler, Nebraska, Denver, Colorado, and beyond. And we don't have we've just got I think about 2 more weeks left of these onion runs. They end somewhere right around the 17th. Yeah, about 2 more weeks of steady Texas anyway. And how we probably even noticed it, like I said, was that was back when we was doing a lot of fishing at the pickups and deliveries, and we was always using Google to find our spots that we wanted to go fish at. That's how we run across finding that, which we was in that area. We like I said, we delivered either to, picked up from, or right there close to it. No, we'll be picking up onions in a ray. We're just delivering to El Paso. $21,205 Watertown, New York. Check out that location on Google Maps. See what I was talking about with the aerial view of the Glade air freshener on the ground. That's pretty unusual. You don't see that very much. And trust me, I've looked at Google Maps a lot. I'm not saying you never see it, but we didn't spot it very much. We didn't spot stuff like that very much on Google Maps. How you doing, Spider? We are doing pretty good here. If this flatbed would get out of the way, I'd be doing a whole lot better. But it's one of those deals where they want to stay just in front of them, and he don't want to get back over because he thinks he's going to get around them and stay around them. Yogurt. Taking yogurt back out, picking up onions and coming back. All right, well, we'll catch you next time around. If you're taking off. 398 years old. That's pretty old. How you doing, Direct Link? Arkadelphia. Caddo Valley, Arkansas, according to the GPS. all the way stations. We don't have a pass. If they're open, we have to pull in. 27's waiting on me, huh? We'll be there shortly to receive it. Right lane closed, don't stop. Let's go. That's in the shade. 10-4. Yeah, you know, that right there, Jeff, was a true traveler. Anybody that would travel these distances on horseback or horse and carriage, yeah, that's true traveling blood right there. Still wagon wheel ruts in Oregon? I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all. Hey there, Ernie. Welcome back. We're still running hard today. We got about 4.5, 5 hours left to travel. We got 5 hours and 18 minutes. Of course, we will try to run it up to about the last hour today. I am wanting to push out 600 today and 600 tomorrow. It's really something out there. People that traveled across the country from the East Coast to the West Coast back in them days. Yeah. See, he was talking about earlier the people understanding what they understood back in the Neanderthal days. Just imagine the people back in the 1800s if they got plopped in today's world. How lost they would be trying to see everything. It's Semi-Scratching Ernie's channel link right there. Colorado Springs just shared it. If you hadn't been over there to check him out, swing by, check him out, let him know Ride Along Gang sent you by. I know he'd appreciate it. And the second link, that goes to Angie and Rick's family in Memphis. do some awesome uploads. If you hadn't checked them out, click that link, swing by there, let them know Ride Along Gang sent you by. Two awesome channels right there. doesn't even count your inside monitors that you got. So it might be way up more than that. Girlfriend, Michigan. We get to go to Michigan from time to time, but not very often. Tasha's only been riding with me about 5 years. And then Haber, he's only been riding with me about 3 years. And I've been for about 20. I don't know, maybe Tasha's been riding about 7 years, I think. She's been riding with me for a while now. First time in this truck that she's not rode with me. Let me take that back. Last year, we wasn't able to make it one at a time. So we flew back last year and ended up meeting her at the house. Sheesh. Our battery, since I unplugged the mic earlier, it was on 19% when I unplugged the mic. We've been charging it this whole time. It's just made it to 35%. That's as much as it's charged. So we definitely gotta get a better wireless charger, for definite. Otherwise, the mic's really not going to be of any kind of use to us, other than in the morning times. We are in Omaha, Texas. Truckpro.com. How you doing, Sonia from the Netherlands? Safe as we can. Safe as we can. Ken from Omaha, Nebraska. But now we know there's an Omaha, Texas as well. There is a DeKalb, Texas. We just went through that one. I don't know, Chris. Don't have that much information yet. I'll find that out day after tomorrow, probably. We generally don't get our loads handed out to us, 3 and 4 days in advance. They generally don't give us our next load until either the day we deliver the load that we got, maybe the day before. How you doing, Mark? Yeah, we did go through there on the cab, didn't we? The Caliber. It's not in Illinois. It's in Texas. Yes, there he is. I'm just going to be running this microphone for just a little bit because, like I say, our battery just charged up to 35%, and it's been charging, I know, for 2 hours. We've been driving for 4.5 hours since we stopped and got fuel. We do need to stop here in just a bit, do a 30-minute break. That way we've got 4 hours left to drive. Not quite sure where we'll take that break yet, though. Omahas in the USA. Dang, that's a lot more than I thought. I wonder how many Mount Vernons they are in the USA. There's a bunch of them. Got a little ray of sunshine coming right down on a big boss bullhorn. On that, weeks we'll be traveling to different states other than Texas and the eastern portion. We'll be doing the mid on Mount 42. I knew there was a lot. I didn't know there was that many. 42 Mount Vernons in America. -34°C in the Netherlands. We've got, according to the truck, 104 degrees. I don't know what that calculates over into Celsius, but I'm telling you right now, that's pretty dang warm. One of those 42, one of the 42 Mount Vernons is in Illinois. There is one in Washington. We picked up from that area, Mount Vernon, Washington. Just hit by a thunderstorm with hail. 10-4 on that. Mount Pleasant, 124 to Dallas. I thought you said you was sitting at that vest store. I was like, well, what are you doing over there? $35 in the U.S., 7 with that outside the U.S. 10 for on that. So we got 35 Mount Vernons in America. Is Vest gone? It's been a while since I've been over in that area. I didn't know that. I'm surprised that place stood as long as it did. Good Lord, what a mansion. Must be nice to be that freaking rich. Actually, another word went through my head, or another phrase went through my head, but we'll keep it off the chat. I guess we could say it in a toned down version. Must be nice to be so god dang fortunate. There we go. Minutes after 12 a.m. Going to sleep now. Alright, rest good. Appreciate you stopping in and hanging out with us, and we'll catch you next time you make it in. I know, as far as personally, I know Mike Calfee and what's his brother's name? Chris, Mike and Chris Calfee. I know them two personally. Been around them a lot. But any of the other Calfees, I hadn't really been around much. Flatbed now with P&S. P&S is out of Cleveland, ain't they? Gotta clean that mess up. They might not be out of Cleveland, but I know they do a lot in Cleveland. That's probably what the night crew says about the day shift crew. Y'all always leave it a mess. I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by the buffer. We've been running 4 hours and 49 minutes straight. Next pilot or flying J we come to, I'm going to pull, kick a tire. I should have got that charger back there, but look, see if this one might have one. We're in Mount Pleasant. Mount Pleasant, Texas. Yeah, I hate that too. It's not, I mean, it's not extreme. If we've got a higher drive axle weight, higher than our trailer axles, it generally rides smoother. But then now I have noticed that when the steer axles are lighter, then it does run a little rougher, but our steer axles is pretty heavy, or not pretty heavy, but it's around average 12.5 mark. Heading west, info on that. I was wondering where you've been at. Lord, that thing was whistling. Yeah, I had a few ants in the truck after when I took off. I noticed them walking around the refrigerator. And a few of them was up on the dash, but not as many on the dash as what was, traipsing around the refrigerator. Those kitchen ants that in mine. Yeah, I'd much rather deal with the kitchen ants than fire ant. Now the small brown ants would be kitchen ants. Fire ants come in red. I think. could be wrong about that. The Texas hands bite. 10-4. I sprayed them with flea and tick killer. I think that might have took care of them. Lowe's Distribution Center. Good thing they're gone. Went to get help. Calling in reinforcements. Ankle teeth. Gator in the road. Sometimes a flamethrower. Alright, now this truck right here, as we're passing it, look above its door and you'll see what I'm talking about. The rear view camera mirror that is above the door, that little black lever coming out of it. That is a rear view mirror camera. And he's got on the passenger and driver's side, he's got what looks like two outside mirrors, but they're on the inside computer screens, and they're fixed. They look just like the mirrors do. You know, got the big portion and then the small portion underneath it. How you doing, Tara? Welcome to the Ride Along Gang. Thank you for stopping in and giving us a view. We are here every single day for your guys' view and pleasure. Oh man, look at this motorcycle passing us on the back of the car. That is freaking cool. If you could. It should be standard equipment for real. Because now I looked into his cab and I could see the one on the passenger side real good, and it looked just like the mirror. Look at the picture I just sent if you can. Alright. Heard about us from Ernie. Ernie's a good guy. We watch Ernie as much, well, I watch him as much as I can when I'm actually driving. I don't get to watch him a whole lot. How you doing, Chris? Welcome to the game. Alright, I'll look at that picture in just a few minutes. Let's see if I can flip over there right quick and look at it. It's a picture of Haber. I'll have to share that in the community post. You guys would like that. What is he propped up on? I can't tell what he's got his feet on. Wow, look at that. Oh, okay, I got you. That's why I didn't recognize it. So you got your chair outside on the sidewalk. And of course he's up there in Mama's lap, not out there in the grass. Alright, well, our battery's back down to 18%, so I'm gonna take this mic out and charge the phone back up. Or not charge it up and put it back on charge. Like I say, we're going to stop here soon at the next Flying J or something and see if they've got Mom's out there too. Hello, Mom. How is your day going? She probably couldn't hear me. I can be standing right beside her in the kitchen and talking to her, and she's looking at me and she'll say, huh? Was he talking to me? Yeah, we're on our way back to New Mexico for more onions. This load delivers in El Paso. We'll drop off there and then shoot straight up to Ray, grab us some onions and head back east. love her too.
Well, that's alright, because I only half read what's put up there anyway. You know, I always just let her look at it. Alright, so I'm going to take this mic out, or off, and put the phone back on charge.
give us enough time to get on the west side of Dallas, hopefully. This one might not be no fun getting back out of. Be right back. All right, they had one. Now, like I said, this one that I've got now, it costed $76.99. Hopefully, it's different. Give me just a second and I'll show you what it looks like. We are in Sulfur Springs, Texas, and the time is 6:03 p.m. Now this is what I went in and got. Okay, now I'm not going to use this part, hopefully. What I'm hoping to do is just take this part and put it on our mount, hopefully. Now if I can't, then hopefully we can. And then I'll show you guys the mount. The mount that it's on right now is a gravity mount. And as long as this one will retain the charge, I'll be satisfied with it. The one that it's on right now, it won't even retain it. It drops. It still keeps dropping. So what I'm hoping is that this one will at least retain the charge in it. I mean, I'm hoping that it'll charge it, but I'm hoping that it'll at least retain the charge to where like I can run both of them and not lose any charge. Okay. I'm not going to be able to use the mount that's on there with it, of course, because it's different. Oh yeah, no. I think I can. Okay, yes. And then what? Oh, I'll be able to use that one. So what that tells me is it might not keep a charge. Anyway. And I think that's the magnets for it. I think. I'm not real sure. Alright, so what we'll do, slide that in. Let's see. How does this work? Alright, we still got 15 minutes of our lunch break. Oh yeah. And I got me a body armor to drink. These things are pretty good if you like tropical. Pretty good. Alright, now gotta see how these magnets work. Okay. The magnets has to be placed at a certain spot. I guess because the charging, they have to be outside the circle on the phone. Okay, I think that I might better do this. Let me go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you guys on the test screen for a minute. Okay, so it depends. Let's see. I'm gonna throw you guys on. Look at that. It's not a test screen. It's the live broadcast screen. Well, I don't know where it's at. Oh, there it is. Preparing for live broadcast. Okay, we're going to put you on that screen for a few minutes. Don't worry, we're not going nowhere.
I hope that was right.